I'm live? Alrighty. Hello and welcome to the second annual Far Out Launch Competition. We have a good number of teams today, but one team is ready to launch just as soon as we are ready to start the first salvo. That is PUT, Poznan Rocket Lab. They're launching a Class B hybrid and they're currently at the rail. Our site is at yellow flag, which means only critical personnel are allowed. And hopefully soon we'll be going to red flag and everyone will be retreating to the bunkers and we can get this launch salvo underway. Welcome. This is a very balmy day we're set for. It's currently very cool in the morning, but it generally gets above 100 degrees here in the Mojave Desert. We have a lot of personnel milling around, prepping for launch. Some teams packing up to get out the gate because they will not be launching. It looks like we have about 10 teams total for this competition. I believe that's 8 launches and 2 static fires, if I'm correct. So that's about twice what we had last year, so good growth we're seeing. And yeah. Now we wait for 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
They're making eggs in the background if you can't tell.
Mom, do you want to do?
Well, you can mute if you want.
No, I want them to hear my every word.
Yeah. Okay. Who wants to eat? They can start coming in. First few people. Yeah.
We have set up the live streaming table right next to the breakfast line.
Could you call Max and tell him to watch the live stream? Call Max. Can I call? Are they singles?
Yeah, they're just like over here.
Okay. Just tell people to go in. Just tell people to go in. Tell people.
And we've just received word that the dining table is open. That means eggs for everyone? Do we have eggs for everyone? That's crazy. Little known fact is that it can cost 5 or 6 figures to come out here to the desert and launch a rocket. But the main attraction is the meals. We have such fine culinary creations as eggs and frozen hamburgers. These are what Rocketeers run on. Oh, you want? How about that? Like that? Yeah. That was me telling our logistics director that she is talking into the microphone from 30 feet away. You can't see it, but I'm actually in a camping chair right now. This is really comfy. I feel like I'm lording over the site here, just observing everybody doing their thing. I'm currently facing the FAR test stand, which is a giant, like 40-foot tall amalgamation of steel and hopes and dreams. It actually only cost like I think $10,000 to build, but it is probably the number one place for amateur rocketeers to test their experimental engines. By number one place, I mean almost number one in the world. FAR is a world-renowned test site for amateur rocketeers who aren't part of a company or part of a student team and really need somewhere they can launch a rocket. As far as I know, it's one of the only places where you can launch upwards of 100,000 feet. The rule, of course, being that your site needs to be about half as wide as the highest point your rocket can go. And there aren't many 50,000 foot wide fields that people can launch rockets from. So here we are in the middle of the desert.
Going in the wrong door.
You looking for food?
Looking for Jessica. Hi Jessica, my name's Ted. I am here with students from Poland.
Yes.
Anyway, do me a favor. Don't refund me because I already got my date. You know, you guys, last time I was here was because I was with the Boy Scouts, and you guys awesome facility. I'm not worried about it. No, absolutely.
And maybe we should use their small mic.
Yeah, okay, we're switching to the small mic because apparently y'all can hear everything in this room. Good Lord. Oh man. Oh jeez. This is horrendous. How's this? Doing good. We're very professional here. Way better, she says. I kind of just... All right, we're ditching this clip for this microphone if I don't want to look like an absolute dunce just holding it up. I'm really professional. These are... Oh. Wow, look at that. Rapid delivery. Call SpaceX, but they got competition. How's this? Mint. Perfect. Okay, this is going where I can get maximum rustling sounds from my shirt. That's for you guys. How's that? Can you hear me? Cool. Yep. Good. How's that? Awesome. Fantastic. Now I don't have to do any messing around with my microphone stuff when I get up and move. All mic'd up. Imagine if I just started coding right now. I have website work to do and it's just... I should pull up the YouTube live stream so I can watch myself in 2 different views. 16 watching. Oh God, there are people watching me. We're very professional here. God. Oh man. Oh yeah, my name is Mason McDonald if you didn't hear already. Actually, yeah, this is the best time. I never recorded a little intro about myself. My name is Mason. I am a former student of the University of New Hampshire and former president of their rocketry team, UNH SEDS. I currently work as a software engineer in the computer networking industry, which is a bit strange considering that most people work adjacent to the space industry at the very least here. But I just really like rockets. Doing it since freshman year of college, and it is just a fantastic experience.
What do you want as your description?
It's my description. Dunce. D-U-N-C-E. Just dunce. D-U-N-C-E. Yeah. I think that's very appropriate for people who know me. Dunny, why do we have a 1440p option for watching the stream? 1440p. Like, oh god. Yay, my title card! This is fantastic.
Okay, so I need to take that. But I don't know how. Is there video bitrate?
Yeah, this stream is slow. If you can't tell, our internet is horrible. We should be uploading. We should be streaming up in 1080p, 30 frames. I think that's an OBS thing.
Anyway, does someone know how do I change an OBS to stream 1080p?
You just ask Neha. She has OBS and she knows how to use it. Wait a second, I don't have my laptop charger at all.
You don't have a laptop what?
My charger for my
I
laptop.
put it here, but it's not here.
Yes, what do you? Okay.
Chat, am I cooked?
Huh?
Oh no, I'm asking chat. Alright, this is what you get.
This one, whatever one's not active and doesn't have an arrow, is the one that is listed. So you're gonna change the list.
Is it okay if I nap on the stream?
And the way you switch the channels, right? If you wanna, like, if you pick up more radio, so how the radio, your radio should be on like, how do I say? You have light as well.
Yes, I found your charger. Oh, yes, 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 I found your charger.
Front row. Jess. Something's clogging the internet. Everyone's saying it's slow, so we need to diagnose this ASAP. Yeah, that's the problem. I can set it to 1080p 60 FPS, which should not be the case. It should be 1080p 30 FPS tops. Can you cut to like a thing so I can go over there and diagnose? Just like we'll be back because we're having technical difficulties. No one can see the stream. There's no point me sitting here. Did you cut? Okay. Okay, I think we have good video. Cool. So you can remove the... I'm in frame. I'm in... Hold on. Get the... What the heck? Oh, yeah, that's why I just hit the little thing in the corner of the frame. So. Oh, okay. We are so back. Okay, cool. So for those of you who missed it, we are at yellow flag, which means the site is currently restricted. We have one team, which is PUT Rocket Lab from Poznan, Poland, and they are a Class B nitrous paraffin hybrid, and they are prepping to launch in the salvo at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So we're currently at yellow flag. That means everyone's sort of prepping and getting out of the site if they can. We're hoping to go to red flag in about 5-ish minutes, which means that everyone will retreat to bunkers and we will begin the launch salvo process. I believe Class B is over 10,000 feet, between 10 and 25,000 feet, something like that. So this is a medium altitude flight. Poznan has always showed up with very, very interesting engineering. They are a very advanced rocketry team from Poland. 32 people watching me, that's horrendous. Ugh. I don't like that. Am I being perceived right now? That guy's got a huge camera, look at that.
This is the biggest lens we have.
It's the biggest lens we have? That's... Suddenly my camera doesn't feel like as big anymore.
It's not about the size.
Yeah, it's the skill, yeah, I know. All right, cool. We're just hanging out. I'm in like a camping chair. We're just chilling. Dunny, can we cut to like some other people walking around? Yeah. I mean, keep me in frame because I'm cool, but like. Go Poland, yes, go Poland. Go everybody. We have 10 teams total. I believe that's 8 launches, 2 static fires. I got my numbers down. I'm professional. Jess is looking at me like that was the least true statement ever uttered by a human being.
Should I sneak in here?
Yeah, you can sneak in here. You're not mic'd up. We're live, but it's basically just your brother watching. Yeah, we'll edit it in post. Oh, you can go on camera. This is actually not live. I love how this isn't even Poland right now. Just got a U-Haul. So that test stand in the background is about 40 feet tall. It is truly, genuinely impressive. A lot of the most advanced amateur rocket engines have been tested on that stand. It actually was relatively affordable to build from what I've heard. And I am very jealous. Wish we had something like that in the Northeast. What's going to happen to the eggs when we go to red flag? So that's the real question. Yeah, I'm Max. I think it's like you, me, and 32 Polish people in this chat. That's crazy. I guarantee none of my family or friends tuned in. They hate me. Can I go back and like look at how stupid I looked? Oh, look at that. More Polish people in the chat. Who would have guessed? Who would have thunk it?
Can I turn on out?
No, I am a big fan of a lot of the teams that are showing up here. We got another camera. Max, please, for the love of God, keep it, tone it down. Jesus. Oh man, look at that launch rail. That's big. Whose launch rail is that? Is that Poland's? No, it can't be Poland's. Whose launch rail is that? Well, Dunny, the live stream person, just left, so I'm sort of just here chilling. Alone. Oh, we have good wind from what I've heard. We are about to go to red flag.
4.5 kilometers currently. Kilometers altitude, still descending. Polish team, you can go and save your pad. Polish team, go save your pad. guys, just a reminder to stay clear until you have been given the all clear. All clear, all clear. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to work.
What's the Wi-Fi password? Didn't pay for return fees.
I'll take some of this.
I mean, sorry, I only have $20 in my pocket.
Good hunting, looking for a Tom. This is freaking awesome.
Again, no one can.
Okay, and we are back. My mic cut out when I went to the bunker because it was out of range. So, yeah.
So we're going to go outside.
What? Okay, great. And give them, everybody on recovery team, please give them dot stickers.
How many sequels do you have? Six. How many rockets?
Dry match.
All right, we're back.
Six is good.
All right.
Yeah, don't run, please. Speed walking.
That was a very interesting launch. That was probably the fastest I've ever seen a team launch. They were set up almost immediately, and
It's called being prepared.
it's called being prepared. That is the gold standard for teams. Attend both setup days and get your testing in, and then launch in the first salvo, 9 a.m. first day. Absolutely spectacular.
I can run a recap. If someone want a video, so I can put the video going up.
Yep.
You can talk about it.
Yeah. All right, so we should have a recap on the live stream soon. I made the fatal mistake of going outside without proper sun protection, and my neck may be burned. Unfortunately, all it takes is a few minutes.
Are you live or not?
Yeah, we're live.
Turn it up.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I know how to operate this thing. My mic just fell over though when I did this. Wait, my clip. Oh no. Oh no. Like I said, we are nothing but professional here. All right.
You might want to just stop here at the end because if people driving out,
All right. Now Now we have proper sun protection. I'm all mic'd up. I'm very professional. Is my family watching?
Yes, if you can drive over just to the end, you might want to try to drop them off and then get the camera. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you don't need it, then you don't need it.
Okay, we're so back. We are so back. Fantastic.
It will be negligible.
No food of any kind.
Oh, we have eggs. We have breakfast. Hear that, folks? We got breakfast. You guys might get to see me eat on live stream. This is wonderful news. I am presently cooked.
I will put it over the
Did we live stream the flight footage? That is awesome. Doing a little technical setup here.
Good morning, everyone. If you would like to buy a t-shirt, I've gone too far. T-shirts are for sale in the office. We got all sizes, and we have them in black or white. They're $25. So come get a t-shirt if you want to buy one at the far office.
Did it work?
Yes, but I didn't got it at the camera yet.
And if you want stickers and other patches and other memorabilia, that is in the content hut, mostly FAR related except for one bumper sticker, which is generally FAR. And things range from $2 to $5.
Well, we're just chilling. You're just barely in frame. We need flags.
Story of my life.
We're so professional. I've said it before. I'll say it again. We know what we're doing. I'm also going to text my family on my phone real quick. Okay.
It's all your fault.
Something happened there.
How does my chair keep moving sideways? That's what I want to know. Is it me? It couldn't be a me problem. Certainly. Oh my God, there's so many people in here.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying. That's what you were setting up. Yeah. So that's all we had.
Oh, that's what they were talking to over there.
Yeah. So we had it all. As long as they had it, they cut out.
All of a sudden, these phones start showing up.
That was cool. I think it's the first time we've seen video live streamed from a rocket at competition.
Aborts are having live onboard video.
I would be so thrilled if we beat IREC.
We beat a lot of them. I mean, the website that I made, even though it's absolutely crap, is way better than.
Oh yeah, we're cool.
Oh wait, also, are we on live? Right?
We're great. Yeah, well, they can't hear you, but yeah, they can hear me. Yeah, I'm live. So I can't say bad words. Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm live.
So don't say anything.
Chat. I have no idea how hard it is for me not to swear. I don't know what I'm going to talk about.
Okay, he's still learning.
Camera's on me for like 2 hours. Yeah, I did zero prep. Did I turn off the microphone? No, this mic's on. Yeah, I turned it off. Yeah.
Can I sit here?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I move over? I want to have a chat.
Oh, you want to? Yeah, you want to? No, do it other side. Other side.
Other side?
Yeah, other side. Wait, Dunny, turn it back on. We're getting Jess in here. Turn it back on. What?
Oh, I'm still on.
Oh, okay, turn it on.
Oh, the mic.
There you go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jess. I am the logistics lead here. I wanted to talk about the launch that just happened. So,
Whoa, that's my job.
well, you didn't say it yet.
What? Okay, well, all right, fine. I'll do my job. Wait, I already talked about it. It was Poznan.
It was positive. It was beautiful. They had drogue and main. They landed pretty much near a road.
Yeah, actually, that was a very convenient recovery. They had a relatively slow descent under drogue, but they landed right next to a road, so they could just drive and pick up their rocket.
Yeah, generally for recovery out here, there's a lot of dense brush, and you really cannot really take your car off road here. It's very soft sand. So usually people have to walk anywhere from a couple hundred feet right outside the site to miles in the desert in order to be able to find their stuff, and there aren't many roads here. So not only did they luck out on having onboard camera footage showing pretty much exactly where they were visually, which is not something that is a luxury for many teams. If they have cameras on board, they're usually not live, pretty much never. And not only that, but they landed right next to a road, which makes life so much easier. One of the things that we try to do here is to speed up recovery as well. And while they're out there, one of the things we ask them to do is to keep us updated every 15 minutes with where they are at, as well as where their recovery pieces have fallen. And that way we can know for future launches where things usually fall under what conditions.
I should also mention that the Mojave is not a very forgiving place. The UV index maxes out every day, and I think we're looking at 100, 105 degrees today.
So like 40 Celsius.
That's the air temperature in the shade without the sun. And when you're doing recovery, the wildlife is not very friendly either. There are green snakes that will chase you and bite you.
Mojave greens, if you do see a Mojave green, although I'd be surprised if you are, but if you do see a Mojave green, run, actually. It will chase you, so run. That's all I got. If you need, there's anti-venom at a local fire department.
We will know what teams are ready for the next salvo based on whether they pass their pre-flight. So the next salvo is scheduled. Yeah, my label is dunce.
Okay.
It was self-requested.
Okay.
So they're going to have to, leading up to the next salvo, we're going to be closely monitoring the process of the preparation, the progress of the preparation, and we're going to see, are they really ready to fly? If they pass their pre-flight, then we'll get them on the list for the next salvo. There's pretty strict go, no-go criteria from launch ops.
Somebody misspelled my name, by the way.
Yeah, Jess's wife misspelled her name, might I add.
That's crazy.
Oh, my title has been changed to commentator? No.
No, don't do that. Leave it as commentator. That's good.
Can I get professional in quotes before?
I like professional in quotes.
Commentator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we are. We've been doing all right.
Anticipating some model rocket launches to the north, the MTA, UFR, and starting launch. So maybe we're going to head towards you. So we'll have several model rocket launches to the north. Anticipate that.
Okay.
Cool. Looks like we have model rocket launches to the north. Yeah, speaking of wildlife, so we have the snakes that will chase after you and try to kill you. And then we also have tortoises.
Yeah, so the desert tortoises are endangered, critically endangered, and local to here. They're very hard to find, but if you do find one, do not pick it up. The reason being is because desert tortoises have a small reserve of water, and as to scare off predators, and when they're scared generally, they
They will pee themselves to death.
Yeah, so please do not pick them up because they are not really made for this world, and that's a crying shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a really great dichotomy. We have on one end of the spectrum we have the tortoises that will pee themselves to death,
and then you have Mojave greens, which will bite you to death.
Yes.
So consider that. The desert is an inhospitable place for some, but a very hospitable place for most.
And the sun is a deadly laser.
The sun is a deadly laser.
The sun will also cook a lot of electronics.
Various teams have a lot of different ways of trying to mitigate heat in their systems, and maybe we can talk to some of them about it later. Generally, you have to be able to shield all of your stuff. There's a lot of ground station electronics that teams have, and with that, they will either have fans running, they're going to have stuff surrounded by ice, lots of tents. The problem with tents out here, of course, is just they fly away. They have a tendency to do that. They're like big sails. So try not to use tents when you can, but for general setup and that kind of stuff, it's pretty useful. Overall, it's hard to mitigate temperature. That's why we try to launch. It's usually best to launch as early in the day as possible.
Gold star to Poznan for
Gold star to go first salvo, have a perfectly nominal flight, and probably what we're expecting to be a very quick recovery.
They're gonna party hard tonight.
Well, but yeah, so we try to launch early. The winds pick up later in the day. The desert is a big flat area. Winds tend to get up to 40 miles an hour out here. So you have that going for you. Oh, and I need to get going.
Oh, Doritos?
Nope, something at home.
Oh, Doritos at home. I got 2 mics. Look at this. How professional I am. This is crazy. Scooting. Oh. Oh man.
Okay, give me 1 second, I'll put it in for you.
Yep. I don't know what's going on here, but okay. So it's just connected. Next salvo is scheduled for an hour and a half. So we should be hearing in about an hour or so what teams we might be seeing go, no go. I haven't heard any preliminary statuses, but we still have 7 launches and 2 static fires left to go. So. We're just hanging out. We're just chilling. We should be getting a recap going soon. about the launch. Now that launch was probably one of the most nominal launches I've ever seen. It's very typical out in the desert here to see electronics overheat, to see mechanical failures, valve issues, etc. Slow fill times can be an issue, especially in this heat. The heat creates pressure which fights back against filling unless you vent it properly. And of course, once you fill the rocket, sometimes you see excessive hold times, leaks, etc. So that was absolutely perfect. The fill time was approximately 10 minutes, for the whole procedure, while they were debugging video issues. And then it was a quick 10-second countdown. I think most of us didn't see it coming. We were expecting to be waiting for another 30 minutes-ish. And 10-second countdown, and then that thing went. Perfectly nominal flight. Live stream up, cut out, of course. The drogue we suspected was a main at apogee, but it looked like it was just a slow drogue. So nominal descent, landed right next to a road, of course, and good main. And the team is out for recovery. So we should be hearing back on whether they recovered successfully.
Okay, it works now.
The cash box is there, so you get the money and then the bands are in your
Welcome. Are there still eggs?
Pardon me, say again?
Are there eggs out there?
They're cooking last I saw. I remember when I was in, I did one of these at, where was it? In Arizona?
Yeah.
With the, it was at the, one of the competitions years ago.
Do you want to?
No.
Okay, you don't want to?
Whatever, I don't care. One of the competitions years ago, we had a guy who was, it was the Grumman Lander Lunar Landing Center. I was the pad manager at it. And my pad had had 4 cameras there. And then it had the color guy and these were all some sort of NASA contractors. And I remember he stayed in the, we had a steel shed. And it was air conditioned. He stayed in there, and I said, well, you can come out. And it wasn't really that hot. He said, well, I got to stay in here because he had makeup on. I thought, wow, that's kind of weird, but that's what they did. So all the camera guys.
Rick, you're in frame.
Hey, get the talent
Rick,
out
you're
here.
in frame.
Oh, frame? Sorry. I get in the frame.
Oh man.
Yeah, so we probably use the talent. Okay.
Thanks. I sure. I don't know about the talent. I sure as hell would not want to be wearing makeup in this
Cue
heat.
the talent. Oh, yeah. Hey, you ready?
I have no idea what I'm going to talk about on the stream for the next hour until we get a recap. That would be cool.
One thing I did like was they had a big production house out there.
Rick, I'm live right now.
Oh, you're
Yeah, I'm live.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not on.
It's just outputting HDMI. It's not recording. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Broadcast?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It doesn't matter. We got mostly Polish people watching the stream. Polish team members, I should say. No disrespect to Polish people. Rick interview. We're gonna save the Rick interview for later, honestly. We're just hanging out. We're chilling, waiting for a recap. Dunny, can we cut? Yeah. We'll be right back. More updates in about half an hour, I'd say. How's this? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, there it is. It's coming in. What?
My headphone.
Oh,
But yes, because here.
can you plug it in then?
Did you just start streaming, Danny?
I guess
It is.
Oh, the one on the website says unavailable, but if you go to
It's on
YouTube,
YouTube, it's working.
yeah. So like the website's not working. Do you know what?
the website live stream isn't working, but the YouTube one works.
Can we tell people on the website to go to YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll go to YouTube. What do I
Go
get?
to search up Far Out.
This is YouTube. Do I just type
All right.
it out?
How's this?
Well, you're on Firefox, right?
If you need to adjust the volume, use the arrow keys above the 4. Yep. Hello, can you hear me?
In case we went back on my segment.
Can you hear me? Imagine. This is actually crazy. Okay, so we are live in the bunker. Check this out. Yeah, it needs to be XLR to MP3, or just an MP3 extender.
Now it's on.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We may need to turn that down a bit. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We've been busy setting up our live video. You can't hear me. Now you can hear me? Cool. Fantastic. We've been busy setting up our live video from the bunker. So, for this next launch, hopefully we should be able to get you live video. Found film style. Apparently just to the left of the camera here. Getting my shirt back on. Because last time, I tried to go outside without any neck coverage, and I will definitely get a sunburn. Okay, and we are back. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are so back. It is on me. Oh yeah, can you cut it?
The tower, 5 times less, or the rocket is more than 5 times the best I ever built.
We have a team in our university which does like racing cars. They are not all electric. They have like 4 motors, 4-wheel drive. It's very precise torque control. And they then say how much they get to
It has been a very busy and very confusing day.
which is 90 kilometers per hour. And we just say, yeah, we have similar, but we have
How did my mic end up over here? What in the world? Okay. This mic really wants to get away from me. It's actually crazy. It ended up clipped to a trash can somehow. I don't know how that happened. It's great. I love rocketry. The Polish team actually has their teardown going. Do we know if it's okay to get footage of the team while they're tearing down? Yeah, I can actually use my live camera. Hold on, check this out. We got a cool setup going here. Oh no, I have all the stuff turned off to conserve battery. It's fine. It's fine.
We can give you another one, like connected to a cable.
No, it's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, it's fine. Alrighty. Oh man. So, do we have any info on what teams are going to be ready for? Yeah. Okay. Looks like we may have Brigham Young University ready for next salvo, potentially, as well as an additional high-pressure test. There are so many radios in this room, it's very confusing. And I'm busy trying to install some software. Yeah, we can cut to an IP camera.
We clocked something about when something
It is loud as heck in this room.
And that's the moment we work it's great. But that's why we do that. Not today. That's why we do like, you know, quite fancy structural stuff. Like very, you know,
Okay, so we're just hanging out, relaxing. The teardown process can be pretty complicated and maybe a little dangerous. If there happen to be any energetic charges left in the rocket, they need to be safely disarmed. Avionics have been extracted from the rocket, so they're inspecting for damage. And current status of the avionics. The important thing is that for scoring, as soon as the avionics are extracted, they need to be delivered to the scoring. That is because the altitude recordings need to be verified as soon as possible. So there's much to do about BYU at the moment. And also much to do about this microphone. Who gave me this microphone? I should like zip this into my shirt so it stops getting ganked off every time. Okay. We're hanging out. We're chilling.
we actually wanted 5 or 6 sort on the shot. We landed something very, we won't try to do very hard. I was just saying, the shot was so big that this was pulled up. It was actually 5 or 6 minutes yeah, and the book fell.
Look, anyone here can do it, I think.
We're just hanging out.
You guys can do anything, I've seen it.
I think we'll go for a silo launch first. Because that looks awesome. We have one guy who really wants to do it.
Hey, you do need a new logo on your shirt.
What?
Everyone lost the He needs to do it.
Dunny, can you send me the IP of the switcher? Yeah, or the name. Yeah.
Now once we have like a real war.
We are doing technical.
Everybody thinks we should put more effort into like rocket engineering and things like that.
254 73.
This is almost like a Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah. It's like, the 600.
It might look like transonic. So if it's unreliable,
Right. So BYU and Ornos. Right now. In an hour. BYU and Ornos.
Is Ornos doing a full fire or a test? Ornos doing full fire? Okay, so it looks like we have BYU, Brigham Young University, and Ornos from Montreal Polytechnic doing full launches in the noon salvo. Just pull up some details on those teams. So BYU is a Class A hybrid. They're currently at the rail. Looks like their fuel is nitrous oxide and P-band. So P-band is a kind of old school fuel. I believe it's a rubber, plastic, petroleum, one of those types of compounds. And Oranos Polytechnic is a Class B hybrid with a nice nitrous oxide and paraffin combo. Now, I personally am a fan of paraffin as a fuel, paraffin wax being candle wax. It is an excellent rocket fuel for hybrid rockets, although it doesn't do too well in the desert heat. It's basically, it has very nice characteristics as a fuel. The only downside is that it melts really well, which is not great when you're in 100+ degree heat, where it can get upwards of, middle 100 degrees in the sun. So they are currently on site. I'm not sure if they're on the rail, but we should be hearing updates momentarily. And we are about 50 minutes out from the next salvo.
I think we have like 5 questions.
My phone's doing better and they have a half-hour recording system. I was having a hard time with that. Brand new iPhone 16, I got it last week.
I also got a new phone, especially for like
What? What are you laughing at?
And the first day I put it under the windshield.
I can't see. What is it? Oh, does it still say dunce? Nice, yeah. Yeah, I am a professional dunce. This is my dunce hat. Any hat that I wear is a dunce hat. Yeah, tonight we're gonna make a nice dunce hat for me, and tomorrow you will see me wearing a dunce hat cone. That is a promise. And Windows is restarting. This is my life now. I took a week off of work to come here, and none of my friends tuned into the stream to watch me. They don't love me. My family did though. They love me. Logging into Windows. Personally, I'm a Linux guy, but oh no, I'm not giving Microsoft. Yeah, we should do an interview, but I want to do an interview with the Pope. Find out if they can spare somebody. Windows is frozen. We're waiting on an interview with.
No. They are all volunteers.
But hey, you know what? They do it, so maybe at some point in their life they can do it for a living. Because there's nothing better than
Do you guys have anyone on the team who isn't doing anything or who's an interview with us on live stream? Hello. Are you guys looking at serious objects?
Do we have a pad cam we can cut to? No, no pad cams. I need a. My mic is on now. My mic is on. Okay, so yeah, I guess let's start again. Let's please introduce yourself.
My name is Olaf. I'm team lead of Put Rocket Lab, a student research team from Poznań University of Technology from Poland.
Awesome. And we all saw that launch. Congratulations on getting first launch of the first day. Absolutely nominal. What was the mood like on the ground?
Thank you so much. Yeah, we were nervous. Like we wanted to launch the rocket on the first salvo because we know that the winds are getting stronger later during the day, especially in the afternoon. So it was crucial for us to launch as soon as we are able to, and we managed to launch just strictly on time, like 9 a.m. The rocket launched, and we are happy because of it.
And how high did the rocket go?
We're getting the preliminary data from the altimeters, and we know that it was around 33,000 feet.
33,000 feet. That's crazy.
It was quite near the contracted apogee because we contracted for 30K. So yeah, but this is still preliminary. So I do not have any confidence yet. Like the guys are working on it. So probably in a few minutes we'll get the real data, and we will be able to tell how high we flew.
And were there any, let's say, anomalies during the launch? Anything that went a little bit unusual?
Actually not. I think the only anomaly was that the camera on the launch pad just stopped, and yeah, everything went smoothly, and we are happy because of it.
That is very unusual and honestly very exciting.
Yeah.
Things tend to go wrong a lot of the time in recovery. This was a hybrid, correct?
Yeah.
Recovery can be difficult. We suspected that there was a main at apogee, but it looks like it was just a slow drogue. Is that correct?
We deployed the drogue, and then the main also was deployed, so we got full recovery. And the team went to the desert to find the rocket, and they managed to do it pretty quickly. Like we had a history of much longer recovery times than today, so yeah, it was pretty fast.
I don't know if they see video, but well, thank you very much. It was nice to have you on this stream.
Well, nice to meet you and talk to you.
Awesome. And now I have stream control. Too much power in my hands. Okay, we're gonna live stream that. Yeah, so we should have footage from Poland's rocket coming up soon. Onboard camera. What? Yeah, it'll be streaming soon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's coming up soon. I'm the one with the microphone here. Jesse, can we pull that up? Jesse, can we pull up that clip? The rocket launching. Oh man. Nothing but good vibes here. This has got to be the best crew of volunteers I've seen at a rocket launch. Not necessarily in skill, as you can tell from the resident dunce here, but certainly in vibes. We've had nothing but chill vibes, nice family dinners. It's great. And we should be Neha, did you catch what that was on the radio? If you had earbuds, that would be great. That I can borrow. Earbuds. Nine minutes. No, we don't want to be listening in on the.
It's just you gonna hear, right?
Yeah. Thanks. Whatever. I'll just. How does this earbud go on? This thing is crazy. Does it go from the bottom? That's crazy. Are y'all enjoying this on the stream? Watch me try to get an earbud on. Okay. Now I have the freaking thing going. I got so much audio equipment on me right now, it's not even funny. I'm mic'd up for real. Oh my god. The live stream is right there. Say hi. You're Travis, right? You're Travis? Mike. Sorry. Say hi to Mike.
Unless I do something wrong, and then my name's Eric.
Yeah, nice. Okay. So now I'm actually finally monitoring the ops and PA channels live so I can relay to you the latest information. Yes, we have 2 more salvos today. We concluded our first salvo at about 9:30 a.m. and we should have another salvo coming in 30 minutes and another one about 3 hours after that. Sorry, 2 hours after that. We currently don't have any pad cameras at the moment, unfortunately, so we do, yeah, cut to BYU. Cut to BYU. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Yes. Just set it up on one of the inputs and then we can... if you set it up on one of the inputs, I can get it set up here. Yeah, can we cut to picture in picture? Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Yeah. We have nested pictures here. That's crazy. Uh-oh. You know, the one word you really want to hear during a rocket launch is uh-oh or whoopsie. Houston, we have a problem, is a little overrated and overused. Ruh-roh also works. Ruh-roh. Okay. I'm going to up the size of the picture-in-picture. Site is going to yellow flag. So non-essential personnel are retreating to bunkers. In 15 minutes? Oh, 45. Okay, 15 minutes. Wait, is that no? But that's we're at yellow flag right now, correct? This looks like yellow flag. Yeah, so we're at yellow flag, so non-essential personnel are retreating to bunkers. And essential personnel will be retreating to bunkers in 15 minutes. So we have a pad cam from BYU up here. I'm getting bigger. Look at this stream. I'm editing the key settings. This is fantastic, and we will have a live stream from the bunker. Believe it or not, we're pros here. We're being chilling. I'm gonna get. Good Lord. So much audio equipment strapped to my waist. It's crazy.
Yeah. Also, I'm charging another battery if you need, okay?
Yep. For this or the camera? Transmitter or camera? That should be fine. I turned both off to conserve battery.
Yeah. I think that's okay. Put it on the
Okay, we're back. BYU's launch rail is vertical, and we are 10 minutes out from red flag. I think we should do that in the recap after this next salvo. So after this next salvo, we will have a recap from the Poznan team, and we will have a recap, hopefully, from BYU and Oranos. So a lot planned for this afternoon before the third salvo. But keep in mind, we are still 10 minutes out from red flag, so about 20 to 30 minutes out from the next salvo. So stay tuned. Is it BYU or Ornos doing the static fire?
Czy daliście już te pułapy? Okej. Okej, zapytam. I think there will be, like, we're gonna have our time.
Okay.
Okay, can you take you because they actually don't want to. That is not soon. As soon as rounds are launching, it's not gonna launch. Okay. Oh, dobra, zostawię to na Yes. What's that? I was gonna go check. Mówią, słuchajcie, że jeżeli będzie start za kiedy, to trzeba spierdalać do numer. Ale nie wiem, czy będzie start, bo większość tam mówi, że nie podkreślam, zaraz mówię do pytania.
So then you're gonna
To nie mówię, że cię, nie? Żaden szukać Petera.
So amendment, we only have one launch coming up on the next salvo, and we're doing a high pressure test for the second team. So they should be preparing to launch later in the day. But we will still have BYU launching, I believe. I believe it's BYU launching. Could be wrong. Who knows? Could be Ornos. They scrapped? Okay. I don't know what's going on. No one tells me these things. Oh, is that red flag? Are you about to go to red flag? I just heard the beeping. The ominous beeping. Sounds like we are gearing up for red flag. I keep hearing the ominous beeps of the siren, and nothing's happening. This current salvo? Okay, so I think we have... Who's launching? Alright, so it looks like we have BYU launching in this salvo, and Wildcat Rocketry from Arizona State University conducting a static fire. Obligatory reminder from Jessica to drink water because the desert is hot and dry and the sun is a deadly laser. What's going on? Oh, it looks like there's a static fire occurring next door at Research Rocketry. I've cut the feed momentarily so that, yeah. WREC static fire. And UCR high press. Okay. Can you turn on that transmitter over there? The one on the tripod. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Yep.
Do you want me to go to the bunker now?
No, I'm just getting footage of the... We will be getting you footage of the static fire at RRS shortly.
Hey, this is Jess to Peter. Is Ordos in this?
All right, this is your host, Mason, going live to peek at the RS. Is RRS doing a static fire? Okay, I completely misunderstood. There is no static fire going on at RRS. Arizona is static firing here. Yes. Okay. Sorry for pointing the camera at the ground. I'm over here. We're mobile. Yeah, you want it? I'm mic'd up. Neha is my cameraman at the moment. Camera woman. Camera person. You don't want to hear what she just said. Good thing they didn't put you on the stream. There should be a saying that the cameraman is actually the funniest person. Camera person, sorry. It's always true. We're just hanging out. No, I'm just going to set up so it doesn't fly off me again. No, we do not have a longer cable for this microphone, unfortunately. I mean, you could always hold both if you wanted to. The mic's in the shot. No, it's not. I'm tall. Hold on, I'm actually really short. I'm actually hitting some crazy dance moves, but Neha isn't getting me in frame. I get my dance moves from my dad, and he's horrible at dancing. I'm going to pan back to this.
I'm gonna make something that it's still gonna be the little camera, but not.
Are you switching back to the other camera? taking this to the launch?
Yeah, we'll be taking that to the pad.
Okay. Air raid siren. Do you want? Can I just go to Pat 5 right now?
Yeah, you go to pad 5.
Or bunker 5? Bunker. Do you want me to get checked?
No, it's BYU launch, Arizona static fire, Hive 100. I'm not sure. No, that one's not. No, that one is Arizona. I think so. Neha, the close pad right here is Arizona static fire, right? Or is that Columbia?
The blue.
The close one. The close one right here, with the light blue shirt and
Isn't that
yellow shirt.
BYU?
No, BYU is the far one.
Columbia's over there. So like, that's how it is.
But, yo. Are we on this camera? I don't have.
This camera's on.
This one?
You're on stream, yep.
I don't have camera. Do we know if those fit?
No, that's what we have to do right now.
Oh.
You need to clear up Bunker 5.
Yeah. Bunker 5, we need to stream from there. Yeah, that's like insinuating. Hi. I've cut out this. There should be space here. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go.
Should I try and get 10 people to clear out?
You can try.
Okay, so we are in Bunker 5.
Yeah, I'm asking people to move to another bunker.
Can some people in here move to another bunker because we're kind of straight in this bunker?
Move down to another bunker. We're streaming from this bunker. I'm sorry. Oh, you're good.
Okay, I need you guys. I'm so sorry, but I really need you to be on this corner.
Okay.
I really apologize. I mean, that would have been me if I was involved here. Oh, that would be
Can someone pull the stream up?
I'm gonna put you big. You're not big enough.
Which is that BYU? We're not even on the stream, Doug.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but my computer is crashing for some reason.
Danny, the camcorder isn't on the stream,
Yes, it is. It's on.
I'm trying.
but it's not shaking when I turn it. Do you have
It takes it's a big delay.
Okay.
Do you have the radio on the live stream? No. Okay. So
We're
this
trying
is
not to. Trying not. Yes, I'm relaying it through my head. Now it's shaking. Look.
Oh, you're so right.
The camera's not on the stream. Yes, it is.
Now it's gonna record.
Yeah. Neha was wrong about the camera. We have camera.
And just a quick update. We are at red flag. All non-essential personnel have retreated to bunkers. BYU, Brigham Young University, is on the launch rail. The launch rail is up, and they are prepping to launch. Arizona State is prepping their engine for a static fire. And University of California, Riverside, UCR, is doing a high pressure test in preparation for a launch later in the day. Is that BYU up on the big? So on the stream right now, you can see Brigham Young University in the main frame, and in the bottom right, you can see Arizona State prepping for their static fire.
They can open the bottles, but they cannot start their high pressure test. That's their bottle. Can they start doing that? They want to. Yeah, they want to drop the temperature.
Teams are starting to open their bottles in preparation for final stages before launch operations. BYU is now retreating from the pad, and they should soon be at the control station. Brigham Young is arming their bottles and will be retreating shortly. Sorry, UCR is arming their bottles and should be retreating shortly. Arming their bottles. And Arizona State appears to be arming their nitrous system as well.
I saw that happen.
BYU is fully clear from the pad. Arizona appears to be arming their nitrous as we speak.
Exercising its Second Amendment rights.
UCR and our very muscular volunteer George appear to be retreating from their pad. And Arizona State has also evacuated from the pad. So all 3 pads are now clear. Nope, UCR is fully evacuated. All 3 pads are now clear. We are beginning final preparation for launch, firing, and high pressure testing.
So the big camera should be yours and Arizona.
So for those who didn't hear on the PA, we have Arizona and BYU filling simultaneously. Arizona will likely conduct their static fire first, and then BYU will conduct their launch, and UCR will conduct their high pressure test. So stay tuned and buckle up. A spectator has informed us that he is in fact very buckled. BYU's rocket has unfortunately gone horizontal. Without firing.
Must have had like a tank rupture. A tank? I don't know, because why else would it fall off?
So this maneuver is commonly known as an apogee of 0 with a full horizontal deflection. It is an unusual maneuver and a very unfortunate one. Fortunately, BYU's recovery will be very easy. Arizona's preparing to fire. Igniter is ready. And we are on 5 count.
Oh, shit.
And we have a misfire. and UCR is aborting. BYU has finished aborting. Personally, I'm excited for lunch. And UCR is currently dumping the contents of their rocket.
No,
Oh.
What is UCR doing?
They were doing it. Yeah. Wait, why did they abort?
And Arizona is venting as well.
Pretty much depressurized. The fill line still has 950 PSI on that.
And the site is about to go to yellow flag, and we will be able to get out of this forsaken bunker. Oh, he's lowering the flag again. Oh, it's going back up.
It's tangled.
Watch this flag.
S-red components pressurized anymore on UCR's rocket.
This is pretty majestic. Chad, are we cooked? Jess has a question for the chat.
Far out competition. That's the handle. Far out competition.
Never mind, she didn't have a question. Zyla Foxland, please sponsor us. And the site is at yellow flag, and we are returning to the hut. Returning this to my cameraman.
Camera woman.
Camera person.
Who was that last? Can you do it on this mic?
No, that will disconnect.
Oh, never mind. Just
Yeah.
this one then.
All right, we've been pointed at some technical people from Norco, so we're going to go hunt them down and force them to talk to us.
Can you hear that? Okay.
You wanna... Technical folks, who wants to hear?
All right. If you want technical.
Huh? Hello.
Hello.
Sweet. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, hold up. I gotta get some of that sunscreen on me right now.
I had some too. So,
That's your guy.
Lovely Jack.
Yeah. This is desert safety, people.
Yes, it is.
Sunscreen at all
Smart.
times, or long sleeves.
Yes, this is very smart. Regulate that heat, people. All right. Thank you. Sweet.
So we're live here with
Aaron
Aaron and
Ashlyn.
Ashlyn.
from Norco College.
Nice. So, oh my God, they have a tripod. What? Camera, can we get this?
Yeah, we have our fanboy audience.
We have about half a dozen cameras pointed. Oh my, there's another one.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. So can you walk us through what your plan is, where your rocket's at right now?
For sure. So basically what's going on right now is we're waiting on a few things for flight readiness checks. We're right in the pre-stages, so that way we can hopefully get that flight readiness check done soon. We want to also get a ground test done, so pop test. Some people know about pop tests. Hopefully, after we get that successful pop test, we'll be ready to integrate everything and get everything weighed. After everything's been weighed, then we should be ready to finalize flight readiness stuff and get on the launch pad.
Fantastic. And Ashley, can you walk us through what your rocket is, what's your fuel and oxidizer, and what's your contract altitude?
Yeah, of course. So we are doing a liquid bipropellant rocket. So our oxidizer is nitrous oxide, and our fuel is E85. It's a half-cat style piston tank with a lot of custom hardware on board. Our contract altitude is around 12,000 feet. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Nice.
Fantastic. You want to get closer?
Let's see.
Let's get
a little bit closer. All right, there we go.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag?
Drifting through the wind,
Wanting to start again. Dude.
Oh, my bad. Oops.
Oh, that was a parody.
Yeah.
Anything which is a parody is covered under what is it? Fair use. Fair use law. All right.
Something like that.
Sue us. Please don't sue us. They shouldn't give me a microphone. I think that's good. because that likes to disconnect.
Are we live?
We're live.
Yes. Hi guys.
Yeah, there's an audience of.
Justin's watching. Hi Justin. And Tobias and Jacob. Hi.
Okay.
Everybody say hi to Tobias. Tobias.
Oh my god.
We're alive. We're about to launch the rocket. No, he doesn't have media training yet.
If you can't tell.
Are you guys hoping to fly today?
Yes.
Yes, we really want to fly today.
is that?
Things are looking steady, slow progress, but steady.
This goes on my hands.
Keep you warm.
We're aiming for the 3 p.m. salvo.
Yeah.
We're aiming for the 3 p.m. salvo.
Fantastic.
Hours and 45 minutes.
Yes, tune in 2 hours and 45 minutes for the 3 p.m. salvo, and tune in right now for lunch.
Yay! I love food.
We're on the move. We're on the move. We're following our live stream volunteer. This is exciting. This has never been seen before. We're not moving that fast, if you can't tell. We have some very friendly Polish team members. Yeah, we're going to have recaps of the Polish launch. I don't think there's much to recap from this last salvo. But stay tuned at 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. We will be having another launch.
Can you swap so it's not showing
And we are back on stream. How about that? We're back. Is that audio too loud? How's this for audio? Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Task manager is yelling at me. Okay, so we have a number of questions in the chat. All right, chat, I'll be getting to your questions. Sorry, I was away from my usual feed. And Google Chrome doesn't want to let me scroll. Okay, so a couple questions in chat. SSTA Big Liquid, that is University of Tennessee Knoxville, has not launched yet. I haven't heard of any plans to launch today, but that may change. Red flag means that all personnel have retreated to bunkers and they're conducting the very final preparation for launch. So only a few people are left at the pad, arming bottles and then running away to be safe. We've had no word from Colombia at the moment. Yes, SSTA may be launching at 3 o'clock. So the class rating of the engine on the most recent launch isn't published, and it doesn't have an altitude class rating because it didn't fly. Oh, it looks like it would have been a Category C motor. Fantastic. That's pretty high apogee. And yes, hypergolics are absolutely not allowed in this competition. We are very strict about safety, and liquid and hybrid bipropellants perfectly fine, but we do not allow anything that we can, yeah. But we don't allow anything that spontaneously combusts. Some oxidizers are difficult to handle, nitrous, oxygen, some fuels like hydrogen peroxide, but there are procedures to handle them safely. Okay, cool.
I'll find the people who say that they always want to help.
Can we interview Columbia? Yes, we can interview Columbia once we get a camera on them. How's it going? You're on live stream right now. You might want to get get. Say hi to Rick Mascheck. What's the question? Yeah, if you want to interview people, that would be great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have a live stream camera right over there. Dunny, Rick wants to go out and conduct interviews.
Like, give me a second. This is what I'm gonna do.
I'll take it. Yeah. So we should be getting interviews from people outside momentarily. That's too much. That's too long. Yeah, just like cut, like wind up some of it, and then it should be good. Okay. I have no idea. That's OBS. I tried cutting, because look, there's no label on YouTube. I have no title card on YouTube. Look. Yes. So I tried cutting, and then it went green. That's preview, but the top right is program. Okay. Oh, that's our loop back. Ah, that would be why. How's it good? Watch the camera. We're live on YouTube right now. Can we get like a big sign that says "We're live, don't walk in here"? Yes, we are actually live. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, we want to do interviews, but like it's just people walking in. Oh man. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Here.
Like, do you guys want to change the shirt? Do you want to change shirts? Because we want to like do a wall and a shirt.
Yeah, I think we can, but you have to give us some time to prepare our lectures. Can we discuss it later? Okay.
Because now it's a bit stressful because we can get all the data from Rocket.
So a Polish team is still extracting data from their avionics.
Yeah.
and Arizona State, BYU, and UCR are conducting teardowns and postmortems on their attempted fires. Yeah. And we will be having live interviews with Rick Maschek and team members momentarily.
One by pracował na ciepłych lutach. Ale ty on się rozlukował, on popłynął cały. Trzeba było go zastąpił się jednak, co nie dałoby nic. No się przelutował.
Yes, I believe an R engine would be the largest student engine built. There have been a number of P class motors, and for reference, so a lot of the motors we're seeing here today are M, N, O motors, and each category of motor is twice the impulse or total energy as the motor, as the class before it. So an N is twice the impulse of an N. N is twice the impulse of an M, and an O is twice the impulse of an N. So we've seen a number of P motors, not at this competition, but in general. And according to chat, there is an R engine from USC. And yes, there is an absolute limit, S being the max, and after that point it becomes a real rocket. Real, in quotes. So what happened to BYU, we're still not sure. Speculation, of course, is fluttering about. We suspect it may have been a tank rupture or a fill line rupture, but what we do know for a fact is there was a sudden venting of oxidizer, and the rocket unfortunately fell off the rail horizontally. The rail remained upright, but the rocket detached. So it's possible that the the rocket rail guides were compromised during the event, and we should be cutting to interviews shortly. Yep, I'll cut. And we will be cutting to interviews. You need to close that pop-up. Apologies for our technical difficulties on stream. And we now have live video. So Rick Maschek will be conducting interviews with team members, and we should have a recap for you in hopefully about an hour to an hour and a half. That being a recap of the Polish launch. No, he needs Rick. Yes. So we're gonna go find Rick.
Hey, Mason, where's that feeder?
Okay, so we're on the way to find Rick Maschek. This cable isn't long enough. This cable really isn't long enough. Yeah, can you just give that to me? And then... There we go. We're going to find Rick Maschek. Rick is very elusive. He only appears when he wants to. Sometimes only on a full moon. We're going around. Anybody seen Rick? Maschek? We're still looking around for Rick. See UTK on the left, Norco over here on my left, and Columbia over here on the right. And a stray BYU member. They're on camera. This is very exciting. We're on a hunt. It's crazy. Looking for Rick. Looking for Rick. Is he over there? Hold on. Looking for farm members so we can find Rick. Yeah. Mark! You seen Rick? Actually, yeah, that'd be perfect. We have suspected confirmation that he is by UTK. Is Rick here or is he at the pad? Is Rick here or at the pad? Okay. All right, we're still hunting for Rick. We're gonna go check out UTK's pad. That's University of Tennessee, Knoxville. They have 2 rockets here. One of them is colloquially known. Where is he?
Right ahead.
Oh, we've spotted Rick. We've spotted him. This is very exciting, chat. Rick! We got your camera. And we're approaching Rick Maschik, walking through Arizona State's static fire setup. How's it going? Well, no, Rick, you wanted to do the interviews.
Well, but he's here. They're going to be conducting a test, but you are the technical expert, and you can just talk about it.
Explain to me what it is that you want to do.
I'm testing if the current timing that I'm given the image is enough to make it go off.
Okay.
I know it delivers enough electricity, but I'm going to see if 100 millisecond pulse is enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no black powder in this, right?
No black powder, just
like
image.
just fine image.
Image is here.
So we have the Highlander space program setting up avionics
Yeah.
and ground support.
The payload, confirming some firmware. Works as expected.
Okay, so e-matches are relatively safe as far as like any kind of explosions or whatever. You don't want to have it in your hand, and you want to be wearing some kind of eye protection. Sunglasses will work. And also we're on the concrete on the dirt.
So e-matches are a common small pyrotechnic device used in rocketry when and that is sufficient to ignite any sort of fuel oxidizer combination. So you can see here, it's a very, very tiny charge, but it's very high energy. So it just takes a small current to set one of these off, very momentary, but they can fail often. So Highlander Space is just conducting a test to ensure that it works as expected.
If they fail, what can that cost?
So failed E-matches can cause no ejection, so either misfire on the motor, which would just lead to it spraying oxidizer if that isn't manually controlled. And on an ejection charge, such as for deploying parachutes, it would just cause the parachute to not deploy, and the rocket would go ballistic, and unfortunately it would hit the Earth at terminal velocity, which is definitely not ideal.
Bigger rockets, is one E-match sufficient, or should there be like a backup in case that one doesn't work?
Yes, generally avionics are redundant, so you have at least 2 flight computers on board a rocket, and each flight computer has its own independent power, its own independent control, and its own independent deployment system. And that way, if one system fails, you have at least another system with a chance of succeeding.
Okay, I like what you said there, because I know some redundant people say that, well, you have 2 flight computers powered by the same battery or going to the same black powder charge. And I said, no, they need to be completely separate.
Yep. And you can route both computers to 2 separate charges at the same time, but it should be the case that if one battery fails, if one computer fails, if one deployment charge fails, that at least one is guaranteed to activate.
So if we're talking about deployment charges and like 2 of them redundant, should they go off at the same time, or should it be like a delay between them?
So if we have 2 deployment charges, we generally want a delay between them, because if we have 2, then we have double the deployment force, and that can cause a payload / recovery bay rapid unscheduled disassembly. So it is generally preferable to have the charges staggered if you're going to try to deploy both at once. This can be a pretty difficult engineering challenge to guarantee that both won't deploy at the same time, but there are ways.
Let me ask you this. So if you have 2 charges all separate, and this one goes off, but I guess it's not powerful enough to eject the parachute or nose cone. So why would the other one do it if this one didn't do it? So what should the backup one maybe have that the first one doesn't?
I'm not sure.
So if this isn't powerful enough to blow it out, your backup one should be a little more powerful.
Oh.
To make sure it gets blown out. And if the first one works, when that second one goes off, it's just blowing out an empty tube. No problem.
That's a very interesting concept. I've never heard of that before, but I've never heard of it, but that is a very, very useful concept. So what Rick is explaining is that your backup charge, which always fires last, should be larger than your primary charge. And that way, if your first charge isn't powerful enough, it guarantees, or at least hopefully guarantees, that the second charge will be powerful enough. And if the first charge deploys first and the second charge deploys, then it won't make the bay explode. So it's perfectly safe, and hopefully will guarantee that the bay doesn't disassemble itself.
Here's a little Rick lesson. Okay, when people do ground deployment tests, they test their black powder and parachutes on the ground. Okay, the rocket's just sitting there. And in real life, when the rocket launches, and it coasts, gravity slows it down to a stop at apogee, that's when it tries to blow out the parachute nose cone. Okay, and that's kind of like here on the ground. But in real life, rockets usually go like this. And when it's going like this, it doesn't stop to wait for the black powder charge to go off. It's like going like this. And at some point here, it tries to blow out the parachute nose cone. This could be going 100, 200 miles an hour. And so you got a lot of wind resistance here keeping that on there. And so that's why if the first one doesn't work, a backup one hopefully will work. And that's why ground testing is better than no testing. But still you have to keep in mind that's ideally testing a perfect launch and not something that's going off vertical.
And this is also why we tend to include factors of safety in engineering calculations. These are margins that account for any uncertainty that we might encounter. You don't want to design to the exact specification that you'll be operating to, because there's a chance that, well, your charges might not be as powerful as manufactured, or there might be extenuating circumstances that prevent them from deploying. So we include a factor of safety in all
EMATCH is there, the wind's blowing this way, so nothing's gonna like come back at us. Alan, you wanna like explain what you're doing?
So, this is the payload for our rocket for Poseidon. I'm just double checking that the pulse that I'm giving the EMATCH is long enough to actually set it off. I know it has enough amperage and voltage, but I'm just making sure that a 100 millisecond electric pulse is enough to set it off. So that's what I'm about to test.
And also, yes sir, we're ready. Okay. Do a 5 count.
We'll do.
Well,
I like that 5 count.
that was a rare silent 5 count played on the world's smallest loudspeaker.
That was off a MOSFET. It does have a pull-down resistor, so I'm not sure why I should have done that. When the pin was initialized to output, it should have been pulled down by the pull-down resistor. Now the plan will be to wire it to the altimeter, as it will be a more reliable source of ignition than my microcontroller.
And we'll double check that right before you fly. All right, very good.
Thank you.
So generally speaking, student research components are put through a very thorough design and testing process, but there's still an amount of uncertainty that we aren't necessarily fully comfortable with. So a lot of the times we'll end up using off-the-shelf components, so off-the-shelf flight computers, hardware, etc., as our primary source of deployment in any safety critical situation. So in this case, because the student research component may not work as designed, they're opting for a off-the-shelf computer to deploy their recovery charges. And we're heading back. Rick is being summoned by somebody. And in the background you can see the great Peter Tarley, launch ops director. We're just chilling. Anybody at the pads that we want to harass? Let's go talk to Ornos. All right, and we're on the way to talk to Ornos, Polytechnique Montreal. Pardon my horrible French. And my scarf has decided it doesn't want to be with me anymore. And it appears Rick is giving a short lecture on easy ups. These tents are very susceptible to the wind and can easily be picked up and become fast-moving flying objects. There have been safety incidents in the past involving easy up tents, and we like to avoid them if we can. Anybody free for an interview? And they're in the midst of what we call integration hell, just putting the rocket together. So we're going to see if we can find a free personnel to give us an interview. But it appears they have about half their team holding tents. Anybody free for an interview? Wait, can we interview one of the tent holders? I think we have a perfect candidate right here.
Sorry, this is like...
Oh, it's live.
Yeah.
Oh, ready for an interview. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Rose. I'm the co-team leader of this team.
Awesome. And can you walk us through what's your plan for today? And How's it going?
Hopefully we'll be able to do our pre-check in like 15 minutes or so. The rocket is fully assembled. We just need to do some few avionics tests, and then we'll try to launch for, I think it's 3 p.m. Yeah.
Yep, the salvo's at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Have you done a high pressure test yet?
No, we didn't do a high pressure test. We test all our motors at home, and we just brought it here.
So a high pressure test isn't necessary for launch. Sounds good. So looks like Ornos Polytechnic Montreal should be ready for the third salvo today at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about the rocket?
I don't know, honestly. We've been working on this rocket for a long time, and I know that people at home that work on it and that cannot be here because they graduated long ago. So we really hope to have a great flight today for them and for our team right now.
And one last question: is this your team's first time at FAR, Friends of Amateur Rocketry?
For sure, and right now we really appreciate it. It's really
All right, well, have you here and luck on this next. And it looks like most other teams are currently busy, so we'll try to stay out of their way while they either integrate or tear down their systems. So we're just going to head back to bunkers. Actually, let's go check out Columbia. We had a request in chat for an interview with Columbia, so let's go take a peek. This is Columbia's second year at FAR. And Jess Kulishov, the competition's logistics coordinator, is an alum of Columbia. And we're walking very slowly because running is not safe and is not allowed at FAR. Anybody free for an interview? Doing our usual interviewee wrangling. How's it going? So, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Vayu. I'm the propulsion fluids co-lead for Columbia University's rocketry team.
Wonderful. Propulsion co-lead for Columbia. That's a pretty hefty position.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, my other co-lead is like fantastic, so he makes it a lot easier for me.
Always good to have two on the job. So can you walk us through what your plan is at the moment?
Yeah, so we're almost fully integrated. We have a hybrid rocket with liquid oxygen as our oxidizer and paraffin wax as our fuel. We're hoping to launch at like 3 p.m. We've pushed back from like 9 a.m. then 12 p.m. So we're really hoping to get it done. But we're looking in good shape.
And this is your team's first year using liquid oxygen, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So we've had to make it was 3 custom valves out of steel because they're like way too expensive to buy and good experience for us. Yeah, and like a lot of new methods. We had weld joints. So yeah, we learned a lot this year.
That's really super. Anything else you can tell us about your rocket? Anything special? Any changes from last year?
I think the propulsion system was like the biggest change. Yeah, to be honest, just like learning a lot. You know, new members, everyone's getting trained. We had a lot of difficulty with testing, obviously, so that's like put us behind schedule. But yeah, we're pretty excited to see how it goes.
Awesome. So that's our second team that we have shooting for the 3 p.m. salvo, and it's great to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And lunch has just been announced. And you know what that means. I'm a hungry guy. It is an absolutely stunning day out here in the Mojave. Winds are starting to pick up. They were perfectly still at 9 a.m. It's the best time to launch, and they will likely continue to get worse closer to that 3 p.m. salvo. So some of these teams may see difficulty launching as the day progresses. Site closes at, I believe, 6 p.m. So it's set to be a very long day, but that's how it is at these competitions. Anybody? The mic is off, or was off. It's now back on. We already had an interview with Olaf, unfortunately, so. It looks like Poznan is pretty much fully torn down. The classroom? Oh. Oh, we have. Apparently there's interesting things happening in the classroom, and lunch will have to wait, which is a very unfortunate occurrence for me. I've only had a bag of trail mix today. All right, and we are here in the Oasis, the very nice air-conditioned classroom where people are cooling off. People are also eating. I was told there were judges in here. Just you? Oh. Say hi to Rick Wills.
Hi, how are you guys? We're sitting here in between sessions when we have launch sessions that go. When the next one's at 3 o'clock in 2 hours. So that's where everybody's reloading and getting moisture, getting drinking water, eating the food. We're expecting lunch, I guess, later on. They're cooking it. So
yeah, we just heard tacos were announced for lunch. Yeah, wonderful. And of course, drinking water is the most important thing to do out here, and cooling.
And we're also debating what happened in the last shots. You know, everybody has their own opinion about this happened or what could have caused it. That's always an issue. So the people are finding it's a good place for camaraderie because everyone speaks somewhat the same language. So it's a little, to use a colloquialism, nerdy.
I think a little nerdy is an understatement for this kind of event, Rick. But thank you very much, and we will be back later. So as Rick mentioned, unfortunately, teardown and post-mortems on incidents, and even just successful recoveries, could take 2, maybe 3 hours. So there being no nominal events at this past salvo, everyone's speculating as to what happened with BYU, Arizona State, and UCR. BYU attempted to launch, but they had an unfortunate event and the rocket ended up horizontal. UCR attempted a high pressure test, but encountered I can't tell if they aborted or they had a leak. I forget. But Arizona State appeared to have an unintentional cold flow test with no ignition of the engine. So, unfortunately, in amateur rocketry, nominal is the exception. But that's why it's experimental. So, these teams will go back and try to learn what they can from the data and hopefully recover in time for the next salvo. But we have 2 launch days ahead of us, but time will tell how difficult those launch days are, as the winds will increase during Sunday and Monday. And we have large crowds gathering in the scoring hut for teardown and inspection. Unfortunately, that means access to the tacos is blocked, which, as I'm sure you know already, is bad for me. Teams appear to be staying out of the sun and wearing wet cloths on their head, I should say. Water evaporates very quickly in this dry and hot conditions. And when water evaporates, it cools the surface that it evaporates from. So a common method of cooling out here in the desert and in houses is to simply let water evaporate, and it will cool the surface it evaporates from. And you can see a very professional technique known as hammer integration. Norco has some funky tunes going. They're getting it on. some funky tunes and some funky food. We should not let that guy be on camera. They shouldn't have let me be on camera either, but here I am. Oh, and Columbia is carrying their rocket back to their team station for inspection. We got a peace sign in frame. Word. I'm from New Hampshire. Yeah. It was cloudy and like rainy for 10 days before I came here, and we were begging for a day above 70. And of course I fly out to the desert, and it's immediately 100 degrees. We have a wild Rick in frame. And as we are approaching lunch, we will prepare the promised recap of the nominal and very successful Polish launch from earlier. So stay tuned, and we'll get back to you. Okay, so we are currently preparing the recap of the Polish team. We should have that in a few minutes for you. Let me just check on chat real quick. Yes, Wildcat Rocket is University of Arizona. They had an ethanol and nitrous oxide liquid for their static test, but unfortunately it failed to ignite. Yeah, sorry, I keep saying Arizona State. I mean to say University of Arizona. And yes, we'll be able to talk to UTK at some point in the future. It's just that it looks like everyone on the launch rail is busy at the moment, so we don't like to bother them during integration if we can. And yes.
Static fire, we just created one right here.
What did you do?
Well, the usual stuff. We secured it, and then we light up the gas and.
Lunch. Lunch may have conducted the static fire. That raises the number of static fires to 3. And yes, it looks like BYU may have had some sort of compromise in their fill system and their rail guides. But, and I will say this, the rocket is intact. So it is possible that they'll recover, but well, that remains to be seen based on their teardown. Yes, we're waiting on BYU to tear down and get their analysis. I don't know what tacos we have, but the standards for food here in the desert are very low. I'll take whatever I can. Everything?
He was like, he came in, he's like, hey guys, what? No. We had a fire. Is there audio? Wait, why?
We say, now we can see. Now we can hear. Oh man, I'm gonna turn the audio down on this. How's that for audio? That looks good. Okay, so we're pulling up the recap from the Polish team soon. And just to keep you all posted, we have the clips for the Poland recap. We're just trying to get them up on screen. Okay, so it looks like we have 2 clips for y'all. And let's get these pulled up.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you make a public request for me?
Appears as though there is a SpaceX launch going on nearby momentarily. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get that launch on camera, but we will have the recap from the Polish teams up in just a second. It's in blue light, yeah. Jeez. Oh, my eyes. I've been forced to turn my blue light filter for my screen off.
Okay, can we get the split view now? Yeah. It looks like the active one is camera 4. Oh, the keyframe. Hold on. Let me. Can you hit split now? No, I can't. Yeah, but it isn't splitting.
No, you see, Riverside kids aren't allowed to say the word yet.
Okay, wonderful. So now we have. Say hi to Jess. So, we have our recap from the Polish teams. This was a wonderfully nominal launch. Begins in about 20 seconds. So unfortunately, our video quality isn't too great here, but you can see this is a very, very clean burn. So almost no dark color in the exhaust. That indicates a clean burn, a high oxidizer to fuel ratio, which generally means more efficient. And of course, a nominal ascent. That's what we like to see. And the onboard view of launch. And you can see the heat waves in the background distorting the image, even at 9 a.m. So this is the first student team that we know of, could potentially be wrong, to live stream directly from their rocket on air. Truly fantastic. And we have a clean exit from the launch rail and clean ascent. Hmm? Oh, did I say Montreal? This is the Polish team. My bad. And you can see the video starting to cut out during ascent. The still frames, but this is just truly incredible. And might want to watch out for motion sickness during this last part. Just look at that. Absolutely beautiful. This is why we do it. We like to see things go zoom, not boom. Although booms are still kind of funny sometimes. And look at that, you can see the chute deployment. Apologies for the video quality, but this is what we got from the onboard camera. Look at that, clean descent. And of course, it recovered very nicely. Landed right next to the road, they went out, they grabbed it, they came back. A lot of the time recovery can involve a long and moderately dangerous trek through the desert, but absolutely fantastic. And we are back. Unfortunately, it is lunchtime. It is currently 1:20. We've done interviews with teams, and we've done a quick recap of the Polish flight. So we should have more for you later on today, but it is lunchtime. Stay tuned later on. We should be going to Yellow Flag in hopefully about an hour. And we'll have more info for you on what teams are going to attempt to launch. And the next salvo will be at 3 p.m. Yeah. Hour and 10 minutes. Hour 10 minutes, yeah.
the integration. We got these poles that we get data with, and so we're trying to get data because that's very important. So we have 3 pressure transducers on the system. We have tank pressure, chamber pressure, and over there we have bottle pressure. Bottle pressure is useful for filling, to know, if we're running out and what the deal is, and if the bottle is full, like when we start. Chamber pressure can directly give us thrust. As it turns out, neat little rocketry fact, the CF of this engine is really low. It's like 1.2, and the throat area is about 0.7 square inches. And so the CF times the throat area is 1. And that means the thrust we get out of this engine is basically the same, in pounds, is the same as the chamber pressure in PSI. So that makes it pretty convenient. We just see how much thrust we get immediately. And the tank pressure is good to see, because if the tank pressure is higher, we can get more chamber pressure, and that means more thrust. And we want that to be as high as possible within reason.
What's your tank operating at for this fire?
About 700 psi. Chamber pressure is designed for 250, but with how hot it is today, it's probably looking more like 300. It's a 5-second burn. Should be, with this weather, should be about an M-class motor, if there's no major leaks also, which there might be.
Was your high press test good earlier?
Well, that was an attempted static fire.
Did you not high press before it?
We did, before coming to FAR.
Yeah.
And, we tested to 1500 psi, but the math says this tank bursts at something like 4000 psi.
Is that
So
a custom-made tank?
it is, yeah. It's a 4-inch outer diameter, 1/8 of an inch thick aluminum from McMaster. We love McMaster car, not sponsored. It is. It's the extruded whatever. It's what Half-Cat specs. In case you didn't know, this is a Mojave Sphinx. It's basically exactly by the book, with some changes made for far out because of safety requirements and everything, like the dump valve, which we used, so I'm glad we added it. And the pressure, so we get data, which is important for learning, because that's one of our main goals.
Yeah. And then next year, are you guys planning on flying the same rocket, or are you going to change it?
So that's a good question. Since we didn't get to fly this year, we might end up flying this next year, but we also, we got a lot of people interested in developing a new rocket, because that's you learn a lot from using a rocket, but you also learn a lot from designing it and then figuring out why it doesn't work. Or so I assume. I haven't done it yet. But it's expensive in both time and money to design a rocket from scratch and fly it within a year. So will we do it? I don't know. Hopefully. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, and you guys are hot firing the next salvo?
Yeah, few minutes. It's 2:20 right now. Salvo's at 3.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
You care if I crack this bottle to see if it is dip tube or not?
I can grab that mic back from you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys. Tune in at 3 o'clock to see these guys hot fire. And speaking of rockets costing a lot of money, we are here with one of our sponsors also. We have, can you tell us your name? Jacob from Impulse Space. Can you tell us a bit about what you do for Impulse?
Sure. So I'm a prop test engineer for Impulse Space at our Mojave test site.
Awesome.
So local to FAR.
Yeah.
Been out there for a year now, so I'm doing a lot of prop test development on our new test stand as well as the Deneb engine. Yeah, It's a 15,000 pound force Methalox engine.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What does your day-to-day look like at work?
One of the things that I love most about my job is that it changes from day to day.
Yeah.
I like to say that I'm about 50-50 with test operations and fluid system design. So figuring out hour by hour, minute by minute, how we're going to get into a test as fast as possible, how we're going to be able to support as many tests as possible so that we can meet our objectives, as well as designing upgrades and maintenance for the stand.
Awesome, that's super cool. Have you, when you were in college, did you compete in any rocketry competitions?
I did. I went to Cal Poly Pomona. I competed in the 2021. I competed in the FAR 1030 competition, and that was my senior project. We actually ended up winning that year, which was pretty fun. I got my start doing rocketry out here. Valve works. I got my start doing rocketry out here. Got my level 2 out here back in 2020, and have done countless static fires here. Did my first liquid here, and then that was what led me to pursue a career out in the desert in test engineering. So very grateful to FAR, and a lot of the Impulse's roots are out here. Our first testing was out at RRS. Tom Mueller, before SpaceX, did a lot of rocket development at RRS. So the company has a lot of values and really appreciates all that goes on out here.
Yeah, kind of bouncing off of that, was that part of why you guys are sponsoring Far Out? What do you guys see here that's super valuable to support?
Yeah, I mean, this is the future of our industry. So definitely want to support that and get people as familiar as they can with the safety of liquid rockets, as well as hybrids as well. It's awesome to see a competition specifically for hybrids and liquids, and seeing that all the talent out here, all the students have been doing an amazing job. I've been very impressed with the amount of checklists I've seen. As well as PPE. The PPE out here, they've been, and the safety, I have to say they've been doing a really good job with that.
Yeah, those deductions are scary to get. Thanks for being out here. We appreciate all our sponsors for supporting the competition and for coming out. And hopefully we'll see some, I think 2 launches and a hot fire in the next salvo, I believe. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. We are here with Lynn from the Mojave Air and Spaceport. Lynn, do you want to talk about what you do for the Air and Spaceport?
I am the contracts manager at Mojave Air and Spaceport, so I get to talk to all of the companies, all of the initial people that would like to set a footprint at Mojave Air and Spaceport. And with that, we have several of our mission partners that have sponsored this event. We have VAST and Impulse, and then Virgin Galactic, and all this water that you guys are drinking. Virgin Galactic was so kind to give 18 cases of water. And yeah, in the airport, we have the conference at the event center. We're going to have the closing ceremonies there. So you see a bunch of the orange fans around that have the Mojave logo on them. Yep, and the sunscreen, which, yes, I've seen a lot of people using the sunscreen and the fan, so that's awesome. And really with supporting this group, you know, a year ago when everybody, you know, last year's event, it was like a thought, can we do this? And we got the approval, yes, we can help sponsor, and it has turned out really great. I love the fact that the teams are growing. You know, now we're an international event, which is very exciting.
Did you get to see the putt rocket fly earlier?
I got it on live stream. I was a little bit late coming out, but it was live stream.
Well, we got 2 more launches at about 3, I believe.
Yep, and I will be here for those. So it was unfortunate the earlier ones didn't get to launch, but hey, there's always tomorrow and then Monday morning, of course. But yes, so I handle paperwork, a lot of paperwork for the companies that want to come out. We do their contracts, get them, you know, we try to fit them into a location that will meet their needs and then help them grow as they need to grow.
Yeah.
Like one of our newer mission partners is Evolution, which you see their name on the high spot over on the wall over there on the door. Shortly after they did that, they expanded into the spaceport, and so we're excited to have them there. But working with all of our existing mission partners for years, our established ones, as well as all of the startups that come out. And, you know, it's really about meeting the needs for the aerospace industries, whether it's, you know, flight training, or just, you know, rockets, test stands, and building the motors, or even spaceships like VG does. So
It's
it's
an awesome space.
it is, and you know, if you guys, the students, our halls are open, admin building, come check it out. It's like our Hall of Fame. We've got photos of just about all of our major events that have happened out at the airport, and history that goes back to when it was a military base in World War II.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
awesome.
yeah. So
Well, thank you for supporting the competition. Your job really is very thankless, but we appreciate it a lot.
absolutely. And also, if you guys happen to check out the Murata sign that is over at one of the sites over here, my husband and his teammates actually made it based on a picture that Jess sent over to us, so that we are trying to get it to be filmed with the rocket as it ignites in the background of it. So, yep, we're hoping
Which one
that
is that?
it is. Let me see. It was on the Murata stand.
So that'll be behind one of the rocket launches, you're saying?
Yep, it is
Okay.
at one of the rocket launches. They're trying to make sure that it gets moved to whoever's going to try and launch next.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we have that to look forward to also at 3 then.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yep.
Well, thank
All right.
you.
You're welcome. Bye. Enjoy.
Perfect. We're watching one of the teams do a recovery test back there. I don't think we'll make it in time, but maybe we'll be able to hear a pop. Based on the team uniforms we're seeing mostly, it might be Norco, but we shall see. There we go. Looks like this is Norco's deployment test. There we go. 210. That's the successful deployment. Looks like they're gonna need a little more black powder than they used. But it's good to find that out before flying. Should we go? Perfect. So we're here with BYU today. They had a little mishap earlier when they were going to try to fly. The rocket fell off the rail, unfortunately. So what are you guys' next steps looking like to get back on the rail?
Well, honestly, we're already getting pretty far as getting back out there. We were pretty quick with identifying most of the issues that we ran into.
What was the issue?
Issue was that one of the tubes that we had in our motor ended up bursting. So we have to replace that, honestly replace all of our tubes because they all got shot out the end. Yeah. And then some cosmetic damage to like the exterior of the rocket, just because, I mean, it fell on the ground. So we had a little crack in our fiberglass, but we were able to patch that up. Honestly, we're feeling pretty supported by FAR out here.
Yeah.
And what do you want to say?
They've done a great job. We're fixing some fittings. At this point, we're trying to bend some tubes so that we can have them ready to go. And
was it caused by overpressurization or leak? Or?
I mean, it's hard to like get down to like the very specific reason why. Yeah. Like we know that like one of the tubes cracked and then everything else shot out. So the way that our system works is we have fittings on our injector head, and then we have tubes between them. And so while we were filling it, one of the the tubes fill with nitrous, and so evidently, like, whether that's just being in the sun or we prepped it like a week ago, so I mean, like, who knows what could have happened with
So are
it.
you
So
going to change that setup for that tube at all, or is it going to
I mean, so we're working with the commercial motors, so like that is the process to do it. So I mean, we can't really change it.
That's fair.
Just hope we do it better this time than last time, and hope for the best.
And
So.
to not do that on your S-Rad next year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we're learning a lot of what to do for the S-Rad next year, to be honest. So. Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys have a salvo you're targeting for tomorrow?
Probably going to be doing on Monday, to be honest. Just give us extra time, and then BYU actually doesn't have us do activities on Sundays. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Cool.
Either that or maybe today really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can try.
Yeah,
we'll try. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Yeah. Cool.
It's very sunny.
It is very sunny. We're here with Theo, who is running recovery ops. Can you tell us a bit about what recovery looks like for Far Out?
Yes, first of all, involves a lot of sunscreen, so I'm putting it on. Basically, so after the team launches, the rocket goes like way downrange, and you can't drive out to where the rockets are going because it's all like salt flats. Yeah, exactly. And it's protected, and so basically you have to walk. And so what we do is we send out a team of people. For us, it's 2 people plus 1 person for every 20 pounds of rocket. They go out equipped with radios. Every 15 minutes they check in. They let me know, oh, we found a piece of the rocket. We're logging their location.
Which you can find on the site, I believe, right?
Actually, we haven't been uploading it.
Never mind.
Data issues. But
at some point,
at some point,
we will find it.
yeah. And we're gonna make a map of like, so you can see like, oh, where teams have gone, where rockets tend to land. But yes, like the Polish team, they went out, they got their rocket. They then have to make sure, like, okay, you know, there's nothing burning, there's nothing like fuel left.
Tanks empty.
Yes, exactly. So they do some tests, and then they pretty much just carry it right back. I mean, it sounds easy. They're walking through really hot, sunny desert, and yeah, and they end up carrying, you know, a 100+ pound rocket back on the way back. But like I did it last year when Columbia launched, and honestly, it was pretty easy because everyone is so excited by like, everyone's so excited by just they launch, they get their rocket back that like it's
in one piece.
Yeah, and it feels very light when you're carrying it. So yes, that's pretty much my job on the recovery side of things.
You said you were on Columbia's team last year.
Yes.
Why did you choose to volunteer again this year? Jess made you.
Jess did not make me, although I thought she was going to make me. Jess was the team lead of Columbia 2 years before I was. I mean, basically, I think that Far Out is a great way for us to test the rockets. Like, this is a really good setup, and it was good for us last year. And I was like, well, I'm working in LA.
Yeah.
I should volunteer. It's like
excuse.
it's like a 2-hour drive. I should help make this work for like the next year of rocketry teams. And I mean, it seems like there's a lot of other people who have similar things.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, you know, I used to be on the team. I want to help out with keeping this going. Because yeah, if you don't have a good launch site, you can't launch. So.
You can't leave it unlocked. Awesome. Thank you, Theo. Of
course.
Hopefully you get to send more teams out to recover rockets.
Well,
today.
the Canadian team is launching soon, hopefully, and the Columbia team is launching soon, hopefully. Oranos.
And CSI?
And CSI, yes. Who I am very much both looking forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Are they both hybrids? Or?
Yes. I mean, Columbia definitely is. I'm pretty sure
Columbia
that.
is LOX
Yes.
paraffin?
Yes. And I don't know what the Canadian team is.
Yeah.
No, they're all down to the pad. But
Yeah.
I'll say, or we'll see soon enough when it goes into the air.
You can identify it by looking at the flame. You get 10 points.
It might be difficult.
It's definitely a hybrid.
Hybrid?
That I know, yeah, but I don't know
Our
what
cameraman is saying it's a hybrid.
I think it might be nitrous oxide, because I think most of the teams are nitrous oxide.
Yeah. What is Oranos flying? Mason is on it. Please hold. Oh.
No, it's not.
Warnos is flying a Category B hybrid.
With what fuel ox? So it's a hybrid. Category B means it's going higher, like 15,000 or something?
It's between, I believe category B is 15 to 30.
15 to 30,000.
I believe that the Polish team is also, or it might be 15 to 45. 15 to 45. Okay, yeah, the Polish,
Columbia's rail is down. What is Columbia flying to?
I don't know because they've been updating it. They also, basically, so in their static fires, they didn't get an optimal burn.
yes.
So they think they can do better.
So they didn't fill their tank fully when they fired.
So basically, the amount that they are giving to FAR for safety reasons to show like it's the minimum velocity.
Yeah.
Which is basically if they do the same thing they did in their static fire.
But is it going to be max altitude?
But the point being is that we don't know like if you know theoretically it should go higher, but also you know if they have the same issues then it'll go to the minimum. So I have no idea. We'll find out.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I think the goal is to break 10K though, which would be a record for Columbia.
Ever or just for hybrids?
Columbia never had a solid rockets program. They jumped straight to hybrids. They said, you know what, let's dive right in. So yeah, no, every time one of these goes up, it's a new record for Columbia, or comes down slowly.
It'll work this time. We believe.
Yeah, they're almost vertical.
We have Mason dancing. Oh, he's not okay. That's awesome.
And more sunscreen is going on. Oh man, it's hot out.
It's so hot out.
All right, everybody. We are at red flag. We're heading to the bunkers. How's this look, chat? We have wind at 8 knots, gusting to 15 knots. That's right at the edge of some teams' launch criteria. So we may see the wind, waiting for the wind to die down in order to launch. And we are at red flag. As you can see, Ornos from Montreal Polytechnique finalizing their setup. We are officially at red flag.
Locks, paraffin at Columbia and nitrous, I think? Nitrous something?
Pads are about to be cleared.
I don't know exactly what. But it's their liquid. They're flying it's their hybrid, they're flying their liquid tomorrow.
So it's Ornos, potentially Columbia, and hot fire for Arizona.
That bottles.
Yeah, that's Montreal. Classic?
Still in rolling?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, sorry about the no audio. We're currently in bunkers, so I'm trying to keep the noise down to a minimum. We currently have Oranos and Columbia on the pad with Arizona State, Arizona University attempting a static fire. So pads will be cleared momentarily. Guys, can you like keep it down over here? Because Oranos is flying a nitrous oxide and paraffin hybrid.
It's not paraffin.
It's not paraffin?
I just said it's aluminized plastisol.
Oh, aluminized plastisol. Fantastic.
That's what I was saying when you told me to stop talking.
Columbia is running a liquid oxygen and paraffin hybrid. Sorry for the wrong ticker, folks.
This is obviously Lynn.
Yeah, this is actually Lynn Johansson. All right, now we should have the correct ticker up momentarily.
I'll make it better for tomorrow. This is, we are always improving, you know, always improving.
It'll be perfect by Monday.
But and then we're just gonna use next year. If I don't forget, how do you do it?
Go back to day 2.
This is a professional operation, folks. Nothing but high class and real skill, real talent. Sometimes incorrect tickers. Still waiting for pads to be cleared. Columbia has finished chilling their tanks for loading. Ornos is about to open their bottles, and Wildcat Rocketry from Arizona University is all ready for their static fire. Folks, we are still finalizing launch preparations.
I thought about putting the live stream every time we say we'll be back soon. It's just a video of him.
Looks
You guys ready to go?
looks like Ornos is arming avionics. And yeah, I want to talk about what Scott's saying in chat. So these competitions aren't really competitions. If anything, what you're trying to beat is nature and bad luck. These aren't really competitive with other teams. It's nothing but good vibes and being friendly and helpful. The rocketry community is just absolutely fantastic. You have a lot of the best engineers from across the world coming together and do what they love. It's not about trying to put each other down. It's about trying to pick each other up, share what you know, and have a good time. And Ornos has finished their launch preparations and is retreating from the pad. And just Columbia remaining at the pad, holding on field preparations. My voice is starting to go. So we've received word that the launch order will be first Arizona University conducting their static fire, Ornos conducting their launch, and then Columbia conducting their launch. So just have Ornos footage in the pad here, but when we start clearing out and getting ready to fire, we'll pan over to Arizona University to get footage of their static fire. And received word that Columbia is about to close up shop and evacuate the pad. And we're panning over to our first static fire of the day, which should be underway shortly. Which is Wildcat Rocketry from Arizona University, with some unfortunate product placing from Oranos in the background. And Columbia is evacuating their pad. And we have word that Columbia has retreated their pad at 3:19 p.m. Arizona is about to start their static fire. Arizona is the tower in the middle of the frame, right in front of the trailer. They have a liquid engine that they're going to be static firing. And Arizona is beginning their fill.
Hey, let these two guys in the bunker.
And Arizona fill has commenced. There's a small plume at the top of their engine indicating good venting. Scratch that, that's a yellow flag. Arizona fill is complete. So we're just pending ignition. And they're firing. That looks like a good fire, and it sure as heck sounded like one. Oh man, you can smell it. Wow.
You can also feel it in your eyes.
I can't feel it in my eyes. I'm wearing sunglasses. All right, next on deck is Oranos. Just gonna move the shot a little so we can get a more oh, the I-beam's still in the way.
Yeah, also my frame.
I need to get a shot of the the moment, waiting for Phil. And we've received word that Columbia has to abort due to a pressurant leak. That's nitrogen gas. So Arizona University had a successful static fire and Columbia has had to abort due to a pressurant leak, but the winds are climbing at the moment. So we'll see how Oronos proceeds. The sun is absolutely punishing. Mostly at noon, but even in this hour of the day, electronics can easily overheat, as well as plumbing and instrumentation. So we'll see how it goes on Oronos. And we've also received word that Oronos, due to extended hold times, has to cycle one of their bottles to the pad. So we'll be awaiting that. Yes, we're covering details from all teams regardless of who's on the screen. So we've had 3 teams in this salvo. Columbia's had to abort. Arizona University had a successful static fire. And Oronos is on the rail and, according to what we're hearing, needs to cycle one of the bottles at their pad.
whatever. So, but she might be both. She's more spam than not spam.
All right, folks. Sorry for the delay. We had an extended pad hold due to high winds and fill issues. It looks like Oranos will not be firing today, unfortunately. So we'll see what they come up with and whether they decide to launch tomorrow or Monday.
Okay. You want to put your camera or what's up?
I can't see the camera for here.
So what camera do you want?
Need to enable this. There we go.
There you go. Put it in.
All right, folks. We are live in the hut. It has been a very long day. It looks like Oranos has had to abort for the day, unfortunately, due to fill issues, an extended pad hold, which caused their nitrous oxide oxidizer and their tank to boil off partially. And their fill tank was not of sufficient size to refill, so they had to abort. Fortunately, there is plenty of nitrous at FAR, at our launch site, and so we will see if they decide to launch tomorrow, which they should be perfectly fine, all things considered, given that they were ready to launch today with no other issues. So be sure to tune in tomorrow to see who launches. So just a quick recap. Today we started the day off with a very nice launch from Poznan and an attempted static fire from Arizona University and an unfortunate pad incident from BYU, Brigham Young University. Then the noon salvo, sorry, it was just Poznan at the morning one. And then finally, we just had an attempted launch from Oranos, which had to abort, an attempted launch from Columbia, which had to abort as well due to a nitrogen gas leak, perfectly harmless, but it just means their system depressurized. And finally, we had a nominal static fire from Arizona University. So far, we have 2 teams who have completed their launch/static fires, and we look forward to seeing the next 8 attempt in the next 2 days. So be sure to tune in, and we'll keep you posted. We're just hanging out at the moment. Turning my audio up a bit so you can hear me.
Hi there, guys. You got a beautiful spot overlooking the lawn, like a 2 miles from here. It's amazing. There's a lake on the-
And Poznan has decided to invade the concert hut. Oh no, we're live. You can't see, but there's an army of white shirt Polish engineers. Again, a huge thank you to our sponsors for this event, Murata Controls, Mojave Air and Spaceport, Waste Management, Impulse Space, VAST. They really make this possible. This couldn't be done without their funding and their assistance. And also a special thanks to Lynn Johansson at Mojave Spaceport, meeting with us every single week to put plans together. Really fantastic. In rocketry, no one does things alone. Almost no one. No matter how much you may see on YouTube or whatnot of individuals going off and doing things on their own, what they don't show, which I'm sad to say, is that there's often an entire team of people behind them helping them. And such is the case here. No one just goes to far and launches alone. It takes a lot of people pitching in and making it happen, but we're happy to do so. We love what we do. And yeah, just wrapping up for the day. No rockets to recover, so breakdown should be relatively quick. And we should hopefully have more interviews for you tomorrow, especially with Murata Controls. I couldn't get a hold of him today, unfortunately. It's a very hectic schedule, but we'll have more content for you tomorrow. I'm a little bit cooked, chat, frankly. It's boiling hot out here. Poznan interview. We already had a Poznan interview earlier, and they've since migrated away, unfortunately. Yeah, we had an interview with Olaf, one of the team leads for Poznan earlier today. Oh, they're back. I'll check in. The Poles have rejected my request for an interview. Oh, the process. Oh! How's it going? Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Miłosz Krzyżanowski from Put Rocket Lab, and I'm team leader of electronic department. So, what's you got a question to me?
Well, we saw your launch today. It was fantastic, as we've already covered. Telling everyone in the room to quiet down.
Everybody's listening right now.
You said you're team lead for engineering?
Electronics.
Electronics, wow. Okay, we saw that avionics earlier. What took so long with the data recovery?
We got a few of main computers, so we are analyzing a lot of data, and we sent our IT team to our Airbnb to analyze all of the data because we got a lot of our SRAD type of computers. So we want to analyze our main data, but for the rocketry competition we used, of course, Scott's type for altitude information. So that's why we have to take a lot of time for it. And in the meantime, we were taking off COTS computers from our nose cone, from our avionics bay, and even we got one of the COTS computer in the tail cone. Fun fact, it burned.
So that's okay. So the computer in the tail cone has unfortunately ended up charred.
Yeah.
That's 3 computers. How many do you have total in the rocket?
Oh, that's pretty tricky question. We got 2, I would say 3 in the nose cone, 3 in the avionics bay, I would say. It depends what type of information we want to have. And 1 was in the tail cone. Maybe we'll try to retrieve the data from it. I will try to resolder CPU from it to another working board So we'll try to get some data from it. Maybe it will work because the solder melts in, under all the chips and they slide off from the board.
And for those nerds out there, what CPU are you using on this computer?
This was the featherweight. It was
Blue Raven or
no, it was
Raven 4?
Blue J. The J
Blue Raven.
It was the smallest one. We just bought it 2 days ago, to be honest. Yeah, and we tried to glue them inside the tailcone for experiment, just for check it if there will be a ballistic type of landing. But as you can see before, it was pretty nice and perfect recovery of it, with all of the recovery working in the perfect shape. So we recovered everything, and in this type we'll tell you more when we retrieve and analyze our data.
Fantastic.
We know that we can get a lot of more information on our own, and it could be much better than COTS type. So we'll see. I cannot tell you anymore about it in this time.
Fantastic. And I appreciate, as a software engineer, I appreciate sending your IT team back to the Airbnb to analyze your data. So thank you very much. It was great having you on.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, we indeed got a Polish interview. So one of the things he mentioned that I'd like to point out was using both COTS, aka off-the-shelf computers, and SRAD, or student design computers, in the rocket. You can collect custom data with student computers, but ultimately off-the-shelf computers are going to be the most reliable. So what he mentioned was that their rocket uses off-the-shelf computers to do altimeter calculations, which are safety critical. They can control deployment of recovery devices, but they're collecting a lot of custom data from their student computers. And he mentioned they had 3 computers in the nose cone, 3 in the avionics bay, and 1 in the tail cone. That is the most computers I've ever seen loaded onto a rocket, but I might try to beat that one day. So unfortunately my car has decided to leave. So I believe that is all for today, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's not just Rocketeers and their friends that make this happen. It is also the viewers. So thank you so much for tuning in. We will have more launches for you tomorrow. And don't forget, we still have 8 out of 10 teams that still need a fire. So tune in.
Musimy mieć rakietę, o której można powiedzieć poleciało, zrobiło,